Bonjour tout le monde, bienvenue. Good morning, everyone. As we begin our meeting today, and on behalf of Ottawa City Council, I wish to acknowledge that Ottawa is built on unceded Anishinaabe-Algonquin territory. The peoples of the Anishinaabe-Algonquin Nation have lived on this territory for millennia. Their culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. The City of Ottawa honors the peoples and land of the Anishinaabe-Algonquin Nation and honors all First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples and their valuable past and present contributions to this land. For those who are able, please rise for a moment of personal reflection. Thank you. Merci. Please remain standing for the playing of our national anthem. Thank you. Merci. I'll now ask for the roll call, please.
Councillor Luloff.
Good morning, Robert.
Councillor Dudas. Councillor Hill.
Present.
Councillor Curry.
Here.
Councillor Kelly.
Present.
Councillor Gower.
Ici.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
Present.
Councillor Johnson.
Here.
Councillor Devine.
Here.
Councillor Bradley.
Here.
Councillor Tierney.
Present.
Conseillère Plante.
Ici.
Councillor King.
Here.
Councillor Troster.
Here.
Councillor Leeper.
Ici.
Councillor Brockington.
Here.
Councillor Menard.
Here.
Councillor Carr.
Ici.
Councillor Kitts.
Here.
Councillor Skalski.
Here.
Councillor Brown.
Here.
Conseiller Desroches.
Here.
Councillor Hubley. Councillor Lowe.
Here.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
Here.
Monsieur le maire, nous avons quorum.
Merci. Confirmation
We have
of
quorum.
minutes from the City Council meeting of June 25th, including the confidential minutes from that meeting. Are those carried? Are there any declarations of interest? I'll note the communications on the agenda, and Councillor Hill, I think you wanted to speak to one item from the communications.
I just wanted to highlight that the petition received from Barrhaven West with regard to speed-related concerns on Dundonald Road. There are a number of issues in progress to address that, to include flex stakes, side delineators, and an assessment of the speed.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hill. I'll note that Councillor Dudas expressed regrets. Motion to introduce reports. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Que le rapport du Conseil de santé d'Ottawa intitulé
The report from the Ottawa Board of Health entitled Appointment of a Medical Officer of Health in Camera, Personal Matters about an Identifiable Individual. The report from the Ottawa Police Service Board entitled Ottawa Police Service Board Annual Report 2024. Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee Report number 26. Build Heritage Committee Report number 24. Community Service Committee Report number 17, Emergency Preparedness and Protective Services Committee Report number 18, Finance and Corporate Services Committee Report number 26, Planning and Housing Committee Report number 50, Public Work and Infrastructure Committee Report number 20, and the report from the City Clerk entitled Summary of Oral and Written Public Submissions for Items Subject to the Planning Act, Explanation Requirements at the City Council meeting of June 25, 2025, be received and considered.
Merci. Is that carried? All right, item 10.1 is rising from the Ottawa Board of Health meeting of July the 14th, the appointment of the Medical Officer of Health. Okay, is that carried?
Carried.
Councillor Kitts, did you want to read the actual motion?
Yes, thank you. Be it resolved that Council approve the appointment of Dr. Trevor Arneson as the City of Ottawa's new Medical Officer of Health, and subject to approval of Recommendation 1, the Council transmit its recommendation for approval of the appointment to the Minister of Health and Long-Term Care. Congratulations,
Okay.
Trevor.
Yeah, so that's carried, just to confirm. Congratulations, Dr. Arneson. Thank you, Councillor Kitts, for chairing the Public Health Board and for bringing this forward. Item 11.1, the Ottawa Police Service Board Annual Report 2024. Is that carried? 12.1, Agricultural and Rural Affairs Committee Related Terms of Reference. Is that carried? From Built Heritage Committee, item 13.1 is the Island Park Drive Heritage Conservation District Feasibility Assessment. Is that carried? From Community Services Committee, 14.1, transition of Centre Éducatif Pinocchio to a high needs area. Is that carried? Item 14.2, 2025 update to local rules under the Housing Services Act 2011. Is that carried? Item 15.1, the Ottawa Paramedic Service 2024 Annual Report. Is that carried? The 15.2, the Bylaw and Regulatory Services 2024 Annual Report. Is that carried? From Finance and Corporate Services Committee, 16.1, acquisition of property for Barrhaven Civic Complex. Is that carried? 16.2 is the declaration of surplus and authority to transfer 172 O'Connor Street. Is that carried? Item 17.1 is the Transportation Master Plan. We will hold that for a moment. And then item 18 is the bulk consent agenda. Is that carried? Okay. So let's move to the Transportation Master Plan. And there are several motions. So what I would propose is that the motions all be introduced and then people can speak to the motions or speak to the TMP itself. So I'll ask for the various motions to be introduced. Councillor Bradley, you have a motion?
Yep, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is seconded by Councillor Carr, whereas Public Works and Infrastructure Committee approved motion number 6 with respect to matters that staff are directed to review as part of the next update to the Transportation Master Plan, which is before Council for approval as recommendation 6A through to 6J. Therefore, be it resolved that the following additional clause be added to Committee Recommendation 6 as 6K. K, the potential inclusion of Bank Street from Johnston Road to Queensdale Avenue as a main street and its candidacy for Main Street improvement.
Thank you, Councillor Bradley. Councillor Curry?
Therefore, be resolved that staff be directed to prepare an annual memo to Council outlining the progress made on implementing the projects in the TMP priority networks and any other relevant details related to the project priorities. And therefore, be it resolved that staff be directed to report more formally on the progress of TMP projects to Council at the beginning of the second year of every new term of Council.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Kavanagh.
I'll just read the therefore. Is that enough?
If you like, sure.
Okay. And I'll read the whole thing. The heck. Whereas the criteria used to prioritize city projects for sidewalks may fully capture all the factors important to the local community, and whereas Woodland Avenue provides direct access to Wood Park community to the future New Orchard train station, whereas the proposed reprioritization of sidewalk projects within Ward 7 is anticipated to have minimal impact on the overall costs of implementing sidewalk projects in the first phase. Therefore, be it resolved that Table C1, pedestrian projects with prioritization in capital infrastructure plan, be amended by moving the Woodland Avenue sidewalk project to the first phase of implementation, moving the Iroquois and Neepawa sidewalk projects to later phase of implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. Councillor Kitts.
Whereas the City of Ottawa surpassed a population of 1 million residents in June 2019, necessitating enhanced infrastructure planning to address growth-related challenges. And whereas Highway 417, the city's primary east-west corridor and only major through route, experiences significant congestion due to concentrated regional and interprovincial traffic. And whereas interregional commuters and goods movement from neighboring municipalities heavily utilize and burden Ottawa's transportation network, particularly suburban and rural corridors that connect to the downtown. And whereas the province has established regional transportation models such as Metrolinx and the GO Transit framework to support cross-boundary mobility and infrastructure delivery elsewhere in Ontario. And whereas transportation agencies in the National Capital Region are in the process of establishing a transportation coordination committee as a platform for municipal, provincial, and federal agencies to share information about short and long-term transportation-related initiatives. Therefore, be it resolved that Council requests that the Mayor, on behalf of the City of Ottawa, formally write to the Province of Ontario and initiate dialogue with the Government of Canada on establishing a regional transportation planning framework modeled after successful interregional coordination approaches in Ontario. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kitts. Councillor Johnson.
Whereas the Transportation Master Plan was developed to address growth pressures by providing new roads, road expansions, and dedicated transit facilities citywide in order to provide options for residents and encourage a modal shift to achieve the official plan modal targets. And whereas transportation planning efforts by other levels of government may have impacts and should be well understood as we deliver on the commitments of the TMP, including the federal government's ongoing planning efforts for a new interprovincial bridge and the Province of Ontario's 2022 report entitled Connecting the East, a Draft Transportation Plan for Eastern Ontario, which outlines over 50 actions to enhance regional transportation, including highway rehabilitation expansion, transit improvements and options like a ring road, bridges, and public transit enhancements. Therefore, be it resolved that committee recommendations 5B and 5C arising from motion number PWIC 2025-2017 be replaced with the following: that the City of Ottawa urges all levels of government to prioritize sustainable, data-driven transportation infrastructure investments, including a more effective management of truck traffic through the city, including the urban core, suburban and rural areas, and increasing the modal share of public transit and active transportation, and ensuring that all future transportation planning efforts are supported by up-to-date comprehensive data that reflects the city's current and projected needs. And B, that the City of Ottawa reiterate to the federal and provincial governments that its funding priorities for the road network, 1.6 billion, and transit facilities, 2.3 billion, remain those identified within the 2025 Transportation Master Plan adopted by City Council, and that City staff be directed to engage with provincial and federal counterparts to obtain up-to-date information on their respective projects in order to assess any impacts to projects identified in the TMP, and D, that the City of Ottawa advocate for its integration into national transportation priorities, particularly the high-speed rail corridor between Quebec City and Toronto, and work collaboratively with federal and provincial governments to strategically manage surplus federal lands in support of long-term environmental, transportation, housing, and infrastructure goals. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Gower. I think you have two, right?
I have two. Make sure I have the right one. Whereas City Council approved the TMP policies in April 2023, which included over 100 action items across a variety of policy themes spanning many city departments and service areas. And whereas these policies and actions guide day-to-day transportation planning and operations, as well as future capital and operating budgets, and provide direction for supporting plans and guidelines. And whereas implementing these actions will play an important role in supporting a shift to sustainable transportation modes, walking, cycling, transit. And whereas understanding the status of implementing these actions would support the identification of priorities for future departmental work plans, therefore be it resolved that staff be directed to provide Council with a status update on the action items contained in the TMP policies in 2026.
Sorry, was that both of them?
The second one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, go ahead with the second.
Second one is whereas the mode share for transit was 8.9% in 2022, and whereas implementation of the Transportation Master Plan's priority network is predicted to achieve a mode share for transit of 13% by 2046, based on new capital investments and a status quo approach to level of service for transit in most areas of the city, and whereas overachieving on this target would result in benefits, including improved mobility, more convenience and reliability for transit users, less traffic congestion, reduced greenhouse gas emissions, and a more livable city overall. Therefore, be it resolved that staff identify options that would increase the OC Transpo level of service to achieve a mode share for transit higher than 13% before 2046, and report back to the Transit Committee in Q1 2026.
Okay. I think that covers all of the motions. So open it up for discussion, questions, comments about the motions or about the TMP itself. Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Amazon recently announced it's building a new distribution warehouse in Barrhaven, and the local residents are fairly concerned about the impact that this will have to local traffic, which is already close to capacity. I just ask if staff could comment to the measures that the city will be taking, both in the immediate and long term, to make this new warehouse as minimally disruptive as possible.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you for the question. So traffic impact study for the Amazon site was conducted in 2024, and that study did show that several of the intersections in that area are already experiencing congestion. The study recommended a number of measures to improve the operations at those intersections, and the city has a program to implement localized intersection improvements outside of the Transportation Master Plan, and so we would expect those improvements to move forward as part of that process, and that program does receive funding as part of the annual budget process. I would also just mention, in addition, that as part of the traffic impact assessment that was conducted for the site, Amazon did commit to considering a number of measures to increase transit ridership to the site and the use of sustainable modes, and that included things like designating a coordinator on site to assist with managing employee travel, participating in the Ottawa ridematch.com site so that there's a dedicated portal for Amazon workers to find carpool partners, offering incentives to employees, and similar measures such as that. Over the longer term, the city will continue to monitor traffic conditions in this area, as with any area of the city that's experiencing new development that's happening. And as part of our next Transportation Master Plan update, if there was a need for improvements identified as part of that, certainly there's opportunity to bring that recommendation forward at that time, whether it's intersection improvements or even road widening in that area.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just wanted to thank committee and council for the opportunity to speak to the Transportation Master Plan. It's one of the most important committees that I sit on, and the Transportation Master Plan is, one of the largest documents that we've been able to work together to put forward. It works in lockstep with the official plan policies. It works in lockstep with the Infrastructure Master Plan policies, and we have all come together over the last 6 years with the public and with staff to put forward the best suite of recommendations possible. So the purpose of my motion is to refocus the conversation to the city's priorities that we have all supported over the years, and to make sure that when we vote on the final document, that we have a clear direction for council and for staff to pursue. It's important that we just not introduce elements at the 11th hour. The current language implies an endorsement of an altercation to the exhaustively researched and analyzed plan in front of us. My motion doesn't exclude or preclude any decisions, and we would certainly be working with other levels of government to execute on plans for a holistic transportation network through our city. But at this time, I think it's important that we move forward with the investments that are properly articulated and vetted by our communities. and we will be able to get a better result for it when we're working with other levels of government to return our transportation modal share to where we need it to be for the vision of the city that we hope to achieve. So we certainly need to understand the language that has been put forward by other levels of government, but there is no, I don't think it's appropriate to have any implicit endorsement of elements at this time that have not been contemplated by the plan that our staff have so ably created. So thank you, and I look forward to your support.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Curry?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I really ditto everything Councillor Johnson just said, really and truly. And I also want to thank, because I'm not on Transportation Committee, the colleagues who are. And it's such an important committee. I mean, it's PWIC now, but it's such an important committee. You deal with so many issues that certainly affect the residents of Canada North. And I very much appreciate all that has gone into this TMP and the many, many meetings, long meetings that you endured to get where we are today. I looked at all of the amendments that other councillors are putting forward, and I think they are tweaks. They are important and specific, and I will be supporting all of them. I also want to thank staff for organizing all of them, and any big motion we have, there's a lot of work that goes behind the scenes. So thank you for all of your last minute, the clerk's office. But I especially want to thank the mayor's office, who I know have spent untold hours working on all of these motions and helping everybody sort through all of the various motions and amendments and everything else we're seeing here today. The one that I'm putting forward, you may have noticed there's a similar theme in Councillor Gower's motion. There's a similar theme to what Councillor Luloff put forward at committee. They're all variations on a theme. They're all slightly different, and staff, I think, have decided that overall they understand what else we want reported on. Because as a final comment I will make, this is a big document, important to 2046. It's a long, long way away, but lots will change in the meantime. And as things change, this isn't just the end of the road. As we just heard, there will be opportunities for changing things. And I already know that there will be one that Councillor Kelly and I have been working on for a March Road widening that will come to you, in a few months' time. So that will be our reality, but this is a very important day at Council, and I look forward to supporting everything that's in front of us here today. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Luloff.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I want to express my support for my colleague Catherine Kitz's motion here, and perhaps give a little bit of context as to why Councillor Tierney may have decided to put forward the motion that he did at Transportation Committee. The 174 is at capacity, and Rockland is growing to 150% of its current size in the next 10 years. And the current amount of parking that we have allocated at the terminus at Trim Road is not going to be enough to sustain the amount of people that are going to finally become ratepayers of the City of Ottawa. Traditionally, what we've had is citizens from Rockland just driving in on the 174 all the way in, causing that congestion. Now they're going to have an option to use transit, which I think is wonderful. They'll finally become ratepayers. So instead of using our infrastructure for free, they'll be able to hop on the train and reduce congestion, greenhouse gases, and become a ratepayer. I think that it'll be a boon to OC Transpo. So we need to be making sure that we're increasing the capacity there. That's something that we can talk about later. But Rockland is growing to 150% of its current size in the next 10 years. Innis, as you've heard all four East End councillors talk about in the past, is well beyond its capacity. And South Orleans and East Orleans is the fastest growing neighborhood in the city. We want to be a part of the solution when it comes to the housing crisis, but we need to ensure that we have the infrastructure to support it. Brian Coburn doesn't actually take you anywhere, and the plans in this TMP just redirect traffic to Blair and the 174, just adding to the problem. The federal government is talking about a sixth crossing, which will just feed these issues on the 174. The NCC is blocking our ability to give us another access to the 174, to the 417 to the south. Which would split traffic before the split and allow for a smoother transition into the city, into the core. Even if the province does upload and widen the 174, the pinch at the split still exists. And there's little wonder why these problems exist, because through the inquiry that Councillor Kitts put forward, we've discovered that the East End has been chronically underfunded for transportation over the course of the last 2 decades. So thank you to Councillor Kitts for moving this motion. I certainly will support it. But at this point in time, no one can really blame Councillor Turney for trying to offer some relief to this unsustainable situation. Regardless of how you feel he may have gone about it, no one can blame him for trying to come up with a solution for this issue that is entirely real. So the idea of a ring road shouldn't come as a surprise to people. We've been talking about it for years before amalgamation even. We talked about it being Hunt Club. Well, that's absolutely impossible at this point. You've got properties that front onto it, and it would certainly not be appropriate. But directing city staff to work with the province to start looking at other corridors so that we can plan for future growth is not necessarily a bad idea. I understand that some people might find this overly prescriptive, and that may have come to a surprise to them. So I'd invite my colleagues to come out to Orleans during rush hour and see what this havoc actually looks like. So whether or not you agree with the approach that Councillor Turney took, the problem that he's describing is entirely real. And I would hope that we'd be able to work together to try and relieve this issue with aid from our partners at the provincial level. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Luloff. Councillor Gower.
Thanks, Mayor. Just introducing my motions. The first one which was about getting a timeline from staff on policy. So we're focusing on the capital projects, but I don't want to lose sight that the part one that Council approved a couple years ago is just as important, and the two documents work together. And I think taken together, part one policy and part two capital projects make for an excellent TMP, and thank you to staff for all their work on that. The capital projects alone won't get us to our sustainable mode share shift. We have to keep moving on those action items from part one. And so that's what I'm looking for from staff, just to keep us updated. And it does intersect well, I think, with Councillor Curry's motion. On the transit level of service, I spoke at committee about how we need to overachieve on our mode share targets, and I hope we can overachieve before 2046. The target for transit is 13%, which is higher than it is today, a lot higher, and it's significant. It may be only a few percentage points, but it is a significant shift. One way that we could increase the mode share for transit is increasing the level of service. As it is now, our long-range financial plan assumes basically a status quo. And I think I would really like to hear from our OC Transpo staff over the next 20 years, where do we invest in level of service? Is it higher frequency that gives us the best results? Is it more service in the daytime, more service in the evening and weekends? Is it more rural service? What routes do we invest in to gain the most ridership, to shift more people to transit and increase the mode share? And staff can model this, but I also want to recognize this is not something that gets implemented a year from now or 2 years from now. There's a lot of planning that goes into that about where the funding comes from, the resources you need from buses and garages and personnel. So I am looking at it over a longer term, but I think council would benefit from having a look at those options. How can we increase our level of service, and what are the implications of that? And looking for staff to bring that back. And I'll come back again for a wrap up just on some overall thoughts on other motions. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I want to extend a heartfelt thanks to city staff, to the committee, and to community members who came out to speak on this. It's been a long process to get here, but the TMP is a good product and something that has been a collaborative effort. In my community in particular, I think maybe one of the only savings that we're seeing coming out of it is we're going to save over $150 million by not building a 4-lane freeway through a piece of parkland that would not have reduced congestion through staff analysis. And so these are the sorts of, I think, discussions, initiatives that can ensure that we've got enough park space in our urban core, where people for all walks of life, where those Lee's Towers are, where transit use is, those things can be enjoyed without a freeway running through it and over the Rideau River. So just a smart decision by city staff. I want to thank the mayor's office as well, who came out and visited this area and saw the use there, and also, you know, the antiquated scheme that would have put this highway through this area. So just wanted to extend a big thanks for all the work that went into this, and where we ended up on the TMP, and that goes to everybody, the committee chair, the staff, and the community members who advocated so much on this. So thank you for your efforts and your work. Appreciate being here today. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I guess I have a question for Vivi or whoever's in charge of the file. So in the Eastern report, there's about 50 items that are in here. Now, most of them are across Eastern Ontario, and there's only a few that pertain to us. Is this happening regardless? Are we having to do this as a province, which we're a corporation of, suggesting that we have to look at this as an option, as a ring road?
Mr. Mayor, thank you for the question, Councillor. In the MTO's strategy for Eastern Ontario, their transportation strategy, they did identify one project, and it's to look at the feasibility of a ring road. So it's their initiative. They will select the timing and the funding for it, for the study, and if there's implementation, they would be responsible for that. But city staff, to represent the interests of council and residents, we would be definitely at the table when they initiate the study.
That's wonderful. And so the whole goal of that, like when we missed the boat in the past with some others, would just to be set out a vision. That's what a TMP is, a vision document to look at the future. So we are going to progress that way. And that would achieve what? To make sure we don't put big buildings in or things where there could possibly be some kind of pathway that the province wants to use for a ring road.
The ministry would have to initiate that study so that we can know the location, and they can start protecting for that corridor.
Thank you very much for that. And to the mover of the motion, again, forgive me, it apparently was on the SharePoint drive, so it's a little 11th hour for me. I'm just reading into it. And I see some things in here. What again, it keeps moving things back into the therefore be resolved. I actually had ring road in there. It's not in there. Would you take a friendly amendment to put the word verbatim what is actually in the document, item number 17, that the province says that we give explore potential ring road to reduce congestion in the city of Ottawa?
No, I wouldn't accept that. The replacement motion is to remove ring road out of the TMP because that is the province's water to carry. We've worked 6 years to come up with our own set of priorities, and I would like to preserve the integrity of the documents so that I can vote on what residents, councillors, and staff had agreed to prior to the motion on the floor 3 weeks ago.
Great. Okay, and that's wonderful. I understand you can't accept that. And I'm looking, there was 9 people in favor of and 2 against at the time. We had a good debate. I'm going to take the opportunity with my final 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Mayor, we have an opportunity that we missed in the past. I've heard time and again since we've had this discussion that traffic is 7 days a week. We're over 1.2 million people. If we don't start protecting and looking at the vision, we need vision on this council. We've been doing a great job in repairing things. When it came to garbage, people were furious. We changed that number. When it came to Enbridge pipeline, where they wanted to shut off natural gas, we used a rational decision. We fixed that problem. This has been a council of fixing up to this point. In TMP Part 1, we were very clear. It was really focused on the inner urban and the urban areas. This one's about roads, rurals, and connectivity throughout the city. And to expect people not to have vision in the future is going to create a bigger challenge and bigger cost to the taxpayer. This is a big concern for me, and we've worked very hard, and I've discussed this with many people. We have trucks that could simply be trying to connect between Montreal, the access to Montreal and Toronto that don't have to use the 417 on a regular basis. Again, this comes down to 2 words, the 2 words that are in the provincial statement, ring road. And yes, there's 50 points in that document, but it's pretty clear. It's big and bold. It's right there. Tells us straight up. This is what the province would like us to look at. And as much as you like it or not, they actually do have a bit of stick in the game. And I think it behooves us not to look at the vision for the future of the city of Ottawa, a boat that was missed with Hunt Club many, many years ago, where that corridor could have been protected. And we don't know where that corridor is going to be. It could help assist the major issues that are happening in many of our rural villages where we have transport trucks driving through the middle of it. And this doesn't discount a lot of the challenges that we see taking place in the downtown area. But we've used our best measures to be able to ensure that the speed limit is very slow. I've worked very hard and close with the councillor to ensure that we have big restrictions on speeding. Fatalities, touch wood, we've fixed that situation temporarily. Would we like to move it? Would we like to see that happen? Yes, but it requires a data-driven decision. And we're going to go back to the trough in 2 years. We have a commitment from staff. It's in the original motion. We're going to go back and do the origin destination study within the next 2 years. We don't need another interprovincial bridge that's going to see thousands more vehicles come onto the highway to cut through the middle of our city. And every time there's an accident, by the way, it bleeds out into the downtown area. It really affects the urban area just as much as the rurals. We need alternatives in this city. And if we don't set out vision, and again, if Councillor Johnson's motion passes, we've discounted looking at a vision document in this TMP. It's a major miss. This shouldn't be a battle between public transit versus roads. This is about establishing a vision for our city. And if we don't do it this term, maybe we'll have to take care of it next term. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everyone. I will be supporting the TMP before us, major document, blueprint of our transportation network, and appreciate everyone who has contributed to this process over many years. I reluctantly voted in favor of the active transportation piece, not because I didn't support what was in it, because it doesn't go far enough. There are so many active transportation projects that are needed, not wanted, needed in my ward that are not being realized, that are not mentioned in that document, and will literally take decades if we rely on future TMPs to realize that. And that's for an established, mature urban ward that doesn't have networks that it needs. There are major projects outlined in the report before us that probably won't be realized before the next TMP update because we have insufficient resources that are needed for our transportation network. Our city's transportation network is strained on a good day. It is strangled in gridlock on many other days. People and goods cannot effectively or efficiently move in our city. And it's because we underfund our transportation network. We underfund active transportation, we underfund public transportation, we underfund our road network. Successful cities move their people and their goods. If we invest properly in active transportation and public transportation, you need to invest less in the road network because of the modal share that we have a motion before. So, and I'm not against roads. You need to have a road network in a city to move people and goods. But if we put roads as a priority, they need to be funded as a priority, and we don't do that. The Airport Parkway, just as a quick example, in 2013, when the last TMP was approved, was identified as a top priority, a top artery in this city, recognizing all the development south of Hunt Club Road, all the communities that are being built up. And in this TMP that we're about to approve, could be 10 years before the Airport Parkway is widened. So 23 years after we said it's a priority, may be funded if we're lucky. So folks, if we identify priorities, we must back it up with resources. We all hear it from our residents, whether you're an urban, suburban, or rural councillor. Okay, to the motions. On the Gower-Johnson motion, this is that council have a status update on the action items contained in the TMP policies in 2026, a friendly amendment moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Gower, just to change it by June 2026. So the deliverable will be by June 2026. And that is deemed friendly by the mover.
Yes.
Thank you. On the Kitts-Sutcliffe motion, I really like this. So the regional transportation planning framework. Very minor question here, but I think it's part of regional transportation. Perhaps Mr. Charter can answer this. Just clarification, I should know the answer to this, but it's my understanding that STO riders who originate on an STO route can successfully transfer onto an OC Transpo bus, whether they are picked up in Hull and come into Ottawa. But people who originate on an OC Transpo bus cannot, once they get into Gatineau, transfer on as an STO route to take them into Western Quebec. Is that true? And would this be one example of many of where we would try and find efficiencies to improve that regional public transportation network?
Thank you very much for the question, Mr. Mayor. I'll have my colleague Pat Scrimger just give you a bit more detail than I could provide.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. No, that's not correct. There is complete fare integration between the STO and OC Transpo.
That's great to hear. Thank you. I certainly don't want to get into the weeds on a regional framework, but I wanted to put that matter to bed. So thank you for that clarification. And my last comment on the Gower de Roche motion, yes, I'll be supporting. This is about the modal shift, increasing our modal shift for public transit. Again, to staff, I'm assuming in many regards, you're already doing this. We struggle every month at the Transit Commission to, first of all, get through the ridership data, about 70% pre-COVID levels. What might we see in a report that comes to us? Because I think you're already doing this work, so perhaps you could just comment on the motion itself.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. There's a number of initiatives that can help drive ridership and increase that modal share that we are looking at, and we look forward to being able to present more information to the committee later in the year. But it's a number of factors. It's not just one solution. But Chair Gower mentioned himself that things like frequency and service reliability are two major drivers of ridership of transit, and that can assist. But then as well, it's the location of routes. It's the addressing the first and last mile challenges. So there's a whole suite of things that we can look at in terms of trying to boost our ridership and boost that modal share. And maybe I'll ask Pat if he wanted to elaborate a little bit further.
Thanks, Troy. Mr. Chair, yes, we would, if this motion passes, we'd be looking at all the things that the Chair Gower mentioned, and to see which would, of all the places we could invest more money, which would result in the greatest increase in ridership and the greatest increase in the share of transit, share of all travel that travels on transit. That could be frequency of service. It could be changing the capacity levels, the comfort on the buses, how crowded we let them get. It could be investing in transit priority measures to keep buses moving more reliably and more quickly along streets. It could be other aspects of the transit network that would both receive and attract and welcome more customers.
I appreciate that. And some options, I hope, will not cost this commission a penny. Bring back the Echo Pass for federal government workers, for example, could be an option where you attract riders who are not either have a monthly bus pass or are not taking public transit to begin with.
At the moment, the motion does not direct us to look at more discounts on fares. That would be a different consideration.
But if you have much more people taking transit, there'd be a net increase, more money. But we need to not close the door. I can think of 101 options here. And again, I don't want to debate this today. I will be supporting it, but I want to make sure what's delivered is all encompassing. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Skalski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question to staff about the Councillor Gower motion. I want to know that if this review was undertaken, can you describe what areas of the city you would look at? and the scope of the review that would lead to these options. So, is that clear? So are you looking outside of the current boundary? Urban boundary for transit?
I'm sorry, is the question to the councillor?
Sorry, it was
or
to staff, yeah.
We would be looking at all aspects of the current transit system, the current transit network. So we'd be looking at things like comfort and frequency and reliability of the existing routes, and whether extending the route network would have greater or less influence on higher ridership than investments on the current network.
Okay, I have a second question. If you're looking to increase the mode share, are we only looking at OC Transpo, or is there an opportunity to also consider private options or pay for services in addition to the OC Transpo option? I realize the motion itself notes OC Transpo.
We would be following the direction of the motion, however it is finally adopted by council.
Can I ask Councillor Gower, is that okay? No?
Yeah, I would say that's a significantly different topic. And I think if it's something that my colleague would like to move a separate motion on, perhaps that's the best route, but I think it's quite different from the scope and focus of what I was looking for from staff.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. Like my colleagues, I just want to thank staff for their many years of hard work on this plan. And also thank you to the many conversations I've had over the course of the last several months, whether with Vivi or Jennifer or Deborah, on discussing, questions, ambitions, concerns with the TMP, advancing some ideas. I very much appreciate your willingness to hear me out on many items there, and I look forward to the conversations that will happen over the next several years as we, I was very enthused by all of the motions that came about as ambitions for the next TMP review. There's clearly a lot of interest and desire around the table to continue working towards the best possible vision for transportation in our city. So I just wanted to zero in on a different topic. I just want to touch on recommendation number 4 in the TMP motion on the issue of DCs and directing staff to update the DC background study. I just had a couple of questions about that, and I was happy to see from my colleague, Councillor Kitts, some amendments to that motion about directing staff to evaluate the possible use of debt financing to accelerate several of those projects. I'm certainly intrigued about any measure, any feasible and sustainable measure about getting some projects moving along quicker. I had a couple just quick questions about that. To one point, I heard my colleague, Councillor Brockington, making reference to a desire to have a greater number of active transportation projects funded as part of the TMP. I'm reading over the language of what Councillor Kitts has put forth in the amendments to item 4, using debt financing for advancing and accelerating transportation projects. And it doesn't categorize, it doesn't exclude active transportation projects. And so I wanted to ask staff whether or not the intention behind those amendments of using debt financing could help to advance active transportation projects as well.
Councillor, yes, we have a list of projects. So the next question is, how are they funded? And so we'll be working with finance on that. So we will go through the priorities that council will approve when they approve this TMP for all modes of transportation.
And to the mover of the motion, or to the mover of the amendment, Councillor Kitts, if that were the case, if the use of debt to accelerate transportation projects were to include active transportation projects, would that still live within the spirit of your amendments?
Yeah, as long as it's, I mean, the spirit of my motion is to ensure that growth is not outpacing transportation infrastructure. So if that includes active transportation, that's okay with me.
Mr. Mayor, maybe just for a little bit of clarity. So when we're taking on this review in terms of using debt, our goal is always going to be maximizing the value of debt. And what I mean by that is that we're going to make sure that we apply debt to assets that have a longer life. So it just might mean that we have a bit more flexibility to get ahead of the curve a little bit with the intent of the motion. It doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to apply debt to active transportation versus the other one. It really just broadens our value and investment scope to do more, if that makes sense.
Fair enough. Thank you very much. One more question on those amendments. So in the third clause in those amendments, an inventory of transportation projects in high growth areas that could be advanced using this tool. And then, of course, it does mention including in South Orleans, which I think is certainly necessary. But when we define high growth areas, so would those high growth areas include areas, for example, within the urban transect? So I know that within the urban transect, Baseline BRT is a top ranked priority project. There's not necessarily that high growth yet on Baseline, but that project will certainly attract high growth. So according to the definition of that clause, could debt financing be used for projects like that?
Mr. Mayor, again, that review will allow us, give us more flexibility to leverage debt to make the investments. So it won't be specific to specific projects. It just makes that, we have a bit more money to invest, to kind of invest in the suite of projects. Where that money goes, then we'll fall back to the TMP policies, the guidelines, the DC background, et cetera, in terms of where that extra dollar can be allocated.
Thank you. Thanks for clearing that up. So I just have a few other questions just to address what had been perceived issues on the collection and dispersal of DCs. I had been bringing a motion to council, but I've stepped back a bit, and I have a few questions and possibly a direction. So on the issue of the collection and dispersal of DCs, do we keep track of the specifics of where DCs are collected and where the dollars are spent in the city, either by transect or ward or some other geographical indicator?
Mr. Mayor, so we don't go down to that granular level. What we do is obviously DCs, we have set up parks, recreation, roads, different categories, if you will. Then in each category, there's a further breakdown. So if I look at roads as an example, there's an inside greenbelt, there's a citywide, there's an outside greenbelt, et cetera. At the end of the day, we capture it at that level, and then we allocate, again, that allows us the value of the dollar that we collect, we can allocate out, and then that is allocated to the projects based on, again, back to the TMP, back to the DC background study. What's key is all DCs collected goes into growth projects, and all DCs collected need to be allocated to projects that are in the DC background, so that is there. The other important part is growth and where the asset resides versus where a dollar is collected. The asset itself provides a benefit to the city, not necessarily excluded to where the actual asset is built, if you will, for context.
Okay, but are we able to speak then with confidence to specifically where those DCs are being spent and on what projects?
Mr. Mayor, yes. So basically, through the budget documentation, capital closure reports, we do provide updates on all capital projects. Also in the annual treasurer's report, we list all the projects where DC money has been allocated for a given year. That report should be coming forward in September, October. I think not September, sorry. It'll be probably October, November when that 2024 report comes forward. So we do track where dollars are allocated at a project level. Now, what we don't track at a very infinite granular level is if a permit is taken out and a DC is paid on a specific corner or an address, we just can't physically follow that dollar to where it goes. It goes into the right account, and then we take the money out of the account to fund the projects.
So with that, would it be fair to say that at least now, is it difficult to clearly map out how we are distributing DCs across the city and whether or not growth is truly, in fact, paying for growth, or whether some areas of the city are subsidizing growth in other areas of the city?
Mr. Mayor, it would take a little bit of work, but we can certainly kind of do some analysis on that data to provide that kind of thing that you're looking at to get.
Thank you. In the conversations I've had with staff, there's certainly a distinction between DCs collected generally and how they're dispersed, let's say, for road renewal projects. In regards to the collection and dispersal of DCs across all projects, could we have, so this is where I maybe wanted to bring a direction, could we have more clarity on how we spend specifically for road renewal projects and the key metrics that determine which road renewal projects are recommended to be above the line as part of the next budget? Could we have that as a direction?
Mr. Mayor, just for clarity, we're now kind of shifted over into renewal, which is tax funded, versus growth, which is DC funded. So for clarity, if you're specifically looking at the roads renewal, I think that's a separate discussion versus the DC discussion, because we don't use DCs to apply to a renewal. But Tammy can certainly speak to the process in terms of above the line, below the line, if it's relevant.
So, Mr. Mayor, as part of the annual budget process, we follow our prioritization, our risk management framework to recommend roads that are up for renewal at each annual budget cycle. And so that is what is being provided in the budget reports, and there is an above the line and below the line list.
Thank you. So I'll see if I can speak to staff off mic about a direction. But my last question, is there something we could do in the long term to report on the balance between DCs collected and spent over time for all DCs as a whole, to distinguish between inside and outside the Greenbelt? Could staff take that as a direction?
Mr. Mayor, short answer is yes. We do report on collections and disbursements on a regular basis. We don't break it down to the total inside-outside Greenbelt version, but we can certainly take that away to look at what that would mean in terms of adding that to the reporting that we do currently.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair. I'm out of time, but I'll speak offline with staff about crafting a direction. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Desroches.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. I'll be supporting the TMP today. Commend staff for the work that went into it. It's a tremendous amount of work. I'll refer once again to, I think one of the best pieces of this was the background study that looked, I think, in a very nonpartisan way, in a very technical way, on the transportation trends in the city of Ottawa over the last 10 years. And that, of course, relied on a lot of input, not just from looking at the data, but the destination surveys and origin surveys that we're undertaking to really get a handle on what are the trends. And we know that those trends have shifted significantly since the pandemic. But what that report showed was that we are on the right track to investing in all modes of transportation. What a great country we live in, that we are giving people choice in terms of mobility. We are making progress on cycling. We are making improvements on pedestrians. We've invested over $7 billion in transit for a light rail system that will greatly benefit for the planning that we're doing around the stations for housing. We know that e-commerce is changing, that people are making fewer shopping trips as well. So all of this, on the one hand, presents a great challenge for transit, but on the other hand, I think shows that we are responding to the needs of residents, that not all people are going in the same direction, and many of them choose to travel by vehicle. And at the end of the day, we have a very large 400 series that runs right through the city of Ottawa. So there are people who are going to use that to move around. I want to speak to a couple projects that I think are important to the residents of Riverside South and Finlay Creek. We are extending Earl Armstrong to Bank Street to connect finally Riverside South and Finlay Creek and provide some better access to the recreational complex that we are planning for the community. We're continuing with Bank Street upgrades that are necessary to serve the very rapid growth that we're seeing in Finlay Creek. We're moving forward, at least in the longer term, on the Leitrim realignment, again, to bring urban infrastructure to an urban community. I think that, and I appreciate committee's support for my motion to call on the federal government and the airport to come to the plate to make this happen, since the realignment is being driven largely from the airport's plan for the addition of another runway. So we're going to need their help to make this happen and not grind that process to a halt because they're not providing the land that we need. Bowlesville Station to Limebank. And that was one of the great benefits of the Stage 2 construction, was this fantastic multi-use pathway that will connect from South Keys to Bowlesville presently. I think it will be well used, and that needs to be further extended to Limebank. I support the KITS motion. We see a lot of growth happening outside the boundaries of the City of Ottawa. The solution can't just be expanding the 417, and it would be great to see a GO train system, a GO bus system that better serves our regional needs. I thank Councillor Tierney for bringing up and championing the Ring Road. I have strong concerns about the strengthening and the upgrades to the corridor that we're doing on Earl Armstrong. I do not want to see that corridor become the Ring Road of the City of Ottawa, just as we've seen develop over time with Hunt Club. Again, there are very much concerns with the capacity of Strandherd and Earl Armstrong to carry the kind of traffic and bus routes that we're going to expect in the medium and long term. So I do have concerns with the emphasis that we're putting on the Ring Road, and hope that the provincial government will work with us as part of their regional studies to look at how they can advance that project long term, and how they can invest in potentially even bus rapid transit lanes between Barrhaven and Canada on the 416. I think it's worth exploring. That's my time, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to speak to some local issues and larger issues. And again, I thank staff for their work on this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Desroches. Councillor Brown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and credit to staff for so much great work. I know it's been long and arduous, but we're almost at the finish line. Mr. Mayor, with regards to Councillor Gower's motion, I won't be asking the councillor to make any friendly amendments. Councillor Skalsky and I will be moving a motion so we can look at some potential options for rural Ottawa. I would say, though, councillors, that we already leverage private sector and not-for-profit companies to help rural residents. There are many ride-share groups that operate across rural Ottawa with the goal of reducing congestion and ride-sharing as they commute into the city. I think we're missing a major opportunity if we limit this just to OC Transpo. The urban transit area is smaller than my ward in landmass. So we need to remember that rural Ottawa, being 80% of the city, might require different options, and that's okay. Doesn't mean one is better than the other, but I think we need to practice the art of the possible and be pragmatic. And so if staff are already going to be doing this work to look at options to increase mode share across the city, which I think all of council supports, then we shouldn't leave potential options off of the table. And so the motion that I'll be moving in a few minutes once we get it circulated through the clerk's office and colleagues' inboxes just speaks to that, making sure that we put more options on the table. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. So do you have that motion, or?
I have the text of the motion, Mr. Mayor. I've shared it with the clerk's office. I can read it in now and we can put it up on the screen later if that's your preference.
Yeah, why don't you read it in now?
Sure. Whereas the City of Ottawa is developing Part 2 of its Transportation Master Plan with a goal of increasing mode share for transit citywide, and whereas rural Ottawa represents 80% of the city's geographic area and faces unique challenges in providing accessible transit and transportation options for residents, and whereas city services already rely on a mix of municipal, private, and not-for-profit providers to enable rural residents to travel across Ottawa for work, school, and other essential activities, and whereas opportunities may exist to further leverage private and not-for-profit service providers to improve transportation options, increase flexibility, and help achieve the city's transit mode share objectives, especially in rural communities. Therefore, be it resolved that Council direct staff, as part of the development of the Transportation Master Plan Part 2, to identify and report back on opportunities to further leverage private and not-for-profit transportation service providers alongside city-operated transit services, with the specific goal of increasing transit mode share across Ottawa, including rural areas. And be it further resolved that staff report include examples and best practices from other jurisdictions and outline potential modals, partnerships, and pilot programs that could support the city's objectives for increased transit ridership in both urban and rural Ottawa. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Kitts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So on my motion, I think it's critically important that we start having a conversation with the province and federal government on establishing a regional transportation network beyond the city limits of Ottawa. Rockland is booming, Russell, Carleton Place, Kentville, in the East End, 75% of inbound volume across the southeastern Greenbelt between Anderson and Boundary is made up of external trips. Quite frankly, we are being strangled by the growth of our neighboring municipalities, and it's time to start having a serious conversation about how growth and transportation is being managed outside the limits of the city of Ottawa. So I want to thank you, Mayor, for working with me on that motion and hope to get support around the table. On the TMP, I made impassioned comments at committee that I will try not to repeat, but there is no file that is more important to my community than this one, and it's because the transportation situation in Ward 19 is deeply impacting quality of life. You have all heard me say this 100 times. The roads are over capacity, the transit is inadequate, and active transportation is either absent or unsafe. And what happens when you have those factors, when you're late for work every day or for childcare pickup or for medical appointments, when efficient transit is not an option, so you are forced to spend money on a car or a second car, when you feel unsafe allowing your children to walk to the park or to school, it has an impact on your quality of life. It's not good planning. The 2013 TMP was quiet on the anticipated growth of Orleans South, which is why we're in the situation that we're in and why I was adamant that this TMP update prioritize growth. On building permits alone, Ward 19 ranks second citywide, just 45 units shy of the top spot in Somerset Ward. And looking ahead, we have over 15,000 new homes planned for my community in the next 15 years. Currently, 12% of all population growth, or last year, 12% of all population growth in Ottawa was in Ward 19. So we know we can't stop or slow down the building of new homes, not only because it's necessary, but it's largely out of our hands. So we cannot continue to construct incomplete communities. I have been working on this TMP update for years, full time. My obsession with this issue and all of the motions and directions I've brought forward, my inquiry exposing the funding gaps, my insistence on bringing this up at every possible opportunity is quite honestly not to score political points, but it is because the quality of life of my residents is being impacted. They elected me to do something about that, and I take it very seriously. I want to give them options. I want to give them sustainable options. So I am very pleased that this TMP really moves the needle for Orleans South. There were no realignment and in its transit priority measures that were formerly at a stalemate with the NCC are already underway. The long-awaited widening of Brian Coburn, turning it into a complete street with better access to transit and segregated walking and cycling is being prioritized. The Cumberland BRT that has been on the books since I was 9 years old is finally going to move forward, and critical intersections will be improved. So I really want to thank all of you, actually, for your support. I feel like you have listened to my pleas and that there is a broad recognition that there is a problem in Orleans South that needs to be fixed. And I want to thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your support, to the city manager, to Vivi, to the whole TMP team, Jennifer, Deb, Katerina. You have spent countless meetings with me on this. And to my team, particularly Adam Haga, who has spent countless hours on this file, but also to the residents of Orleans South. We led the public engagement in both phases of the TMP. And I think that's because the community joined me in refusing to let the status quo continue. I don't think that these improvements have happened by accident. It has taken relentless advocacy. So it's been a pleasure to work on this alongside Chair Tierney and with the support of my East colleagues. But I do think in Orleans South, but really across the city, we are taking a big step forward today and moving the needle in a pivotal way for how growth is managed in our city. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Kitts. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Just a couple of questions to start. When did the Transportation Master Plan process begin?
I believe the terms of reference were approved in 2020. I'm going to say 2020, but it's been many years. We had to break the project into two parts because of the pandemic.
How much has it cost?
If I can jump in. So to clarify, it was 2018, I guess the terms of reference were approved. My staff is pasting in information for me. And the cost has been about $1.5 million for the consultant studies.
Does that include the destination origin study?
No, that would be in addition. The origin destination survey is conducted in partnership with all of the agencies in the National Capital Region. In addition, that would not include the update of our transportation models, which is also jointly funded through all of the agencies in the National Capital Region.
Okay. So this is a multi-million-dollar process.
That's correct.
Has it been open to councillors since the outset to communicate with staff what their priorities are for the Transportation Master Plan?
Yes, there's been multiple engagements throughout the entire process.
What has been the level of submission or the intensity of submission by the public, stakeholders, and councillors in favor of Ring Road since the beginning of this process?
There have been mentions of a ring road through residents that I have seen, but certainly it is not a high level of comments that we've received compared to other issues that residents have raised.
Okay. And why is it not? Why is Ring Road? How intensively did you study a ring road as one of the potential pieces of that holistic transportation network?
As part of our transportation modeling analysis, we look for needs and opportunities in the network. And so from a needs perspective to 2046, we did not see a need for a ring road within that time horizon. And because the project is not funded or no funding announcement from the provincial government, we did not include it as a committed project from another level of government, which we would have if those funding commitments had been made.
Would we have had the data to analyze what the potential benefit or impact would be?
So no additional information would be needed, particularly on the commercial vehicle travel patterns. And we would anticipate as a provincial initiative that they would take the lead in that data collection.
Okay. So since 2019, we've been collecting millions of dollars worth of data. We've had millions of dollars worth of consultants. We've had the opportunity for the public and for councillors to weigh in with staff to say, here's a potential priority. And we've gotten here today with what I think is an extremely well-crafted transportation master plan that treats the entire network across all the different modes in a holistic fashion. And I'm going to suggest that the time to put a ring road on the table would have been several years ago. It's not something that we can look at the end of the process. But I do understand Councillor Tierney's concern that the province has mentioned it. And I want to congratulate the mover of the motion and thank the mover of the motion. And I know the mayor's office has had some significant offered help on putting this motion together as well, with the very careful language that says we do need to understand what the potential implications of a ring road or the various different other measures that both the federal and the provincial government have raised would have on our transportation system. But none of those are coming anytime soon. We have time to understand them. I would suggest most observers would consider a potential build of a ring road to be a highly unlikely scenario for us moving forward. But staff have crafted, in the meantime, a transportation network across all of the different modes that serves a very expert understanding of what this city's needs will be through at least 2046. No one has suggested that they should study, or no one has not had the opportunity to put other pieces on the table. I think it's really important that we recognize the work that staff have done to craft an expert, professional, visionary document to serve this city's transportation needs. The mover of this motion has put a replacement language in here that doesn't take anything off the table, but that directs staff to begin the process of understanding what the implications of those some potentially highly unlikely projects would be. And we have the data to understand that. But we've arrived here today without council and without staff and without the public having suggested that we should have a ring road around the city. And I think it's important that we support the plan that staff have put in front of us. So I'm really pleased to be able to support Councillor Johnson's motion this afternoon. And I'll leave it there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Troster.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to thank staff for all the incredible work you did on the Transportation Master Plan. I would like to see us pushing the mode share further, but this also still represents some incredible work on behalf of our city. I will be supporting Councillor Johnson's motion today, and I just wanted to explain that because I originally supported Councillor Tierney's motion at committee, but then sober second thought, frankly, I regretted that decision. Councillor Tierney, you're incredibly convincing. So are the East End councillors, and I want to thank you. And I want to say I have a lot of respect for the advocacy you're doing for your community. But I worry, first of all, there's been no discussion of what a ring road would mean in terms of the people who live on the periphery of where this road could be. It could involve, you know, having to demolish homes. I just don't have a strong sense of what this would mean in terms of the people who live there. And at the end of the day, the way we are going to make a significant difference in reducing traffic and congestion is by getting people off the road, not by building a new one. And I wouldn't be comfortable supporting a ring road until I thought that we were doing absolutely everything possible to make transit the most attractive, the most frequent, and the most reliable option. Because right now people are saying they're taking their cars because they don't feel they have a choice. I don't believe we're giving them the choice right now to make what I think is a better decision and what we know will lead to a reduction in traffic and congestion. Right now, I have a ton of high density development downtown. It is all low car ratio. It all depends on transit. So I really want to see more people taking the train, which runs parallel to the 417, before we consider building a new road. But I do want to thank the East End councillors because your concerns, I understand them well now, and I think you're all really great advocates for your community. I just wanted to speak now. I haven't seen the motion yet from Councillor Skalski, but I just, I used to work for the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, and I got a really broad sense of how transit was working across the country. And there's a real cautionary tale out of a town called Innisfil, Ontario, that instead of investing in public transit, decided to try to make a deal with Uber. And it ended up costing them more than it would have to run a bus. I believe if we want to see public transit options in our rural communities, they should be public transit options, and I would be entirely supportive. I'm very, very worried about any suggestion of a private operator because the examples that we've seen in other communities have not gone well, and they've left cities or towns beholden to private operators. So I can't support a motion that explores private transportation when we have OC Transpo and we have the ability to expand it. And if it's a priority, that's something I'm willing to support. Anyway, thank you very much to everyone today. And I really appreciate all the work that everybody's put into this.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Councillor Lowe.
Thanks very much, Mayor. I first want to thank staff who've on the Amazon thing that Councillor Hill brought up. I do want to thank staff for all the dialogue that they've provided me with within and without the TMP process. There are a lot of items that we will have to look at from a holistic point of view for the whole community, because it's not just one or two intersections. It's not just Prince of Wales Drive, which I'm grateful is in the TMP, and it's not just Fallowfield Road. There are spot improvements. There are things that are not in the TMP that we have to, and I will be working with staff with, such as things, prohibitions on truck routes and using residential streets and all that. So that conversation will continue for any of my residents, for any people in Barrhaven who are watching this. Those conversations will continue until Amazon's operational, beyond the time it's operational, and this is top of mind for both Councillor Hill and me. The motion that speaks to the regional transportation planning, I think, is important, given that there are, I grew up in the Greater Toronto area where there were 11 transit agencies. Actually, there still are 11 transit agencies that were not integrated at that time. And I got to experience the difficulties of going from Markham to Vaughan, down to Toronto, over to Mississauga, rarely, but I did it a few times. And how that integrated planning through Metrolinx eventually improved how that area moves. I've also visited Washington, D.C. before all the stuff happened recently. And, they have the capital city, but they also have many municipalities around in Virginia and Maryland, like Bethesda County. They have Arlington, Reston, and all that. And they have one semi-unified transit system, that unfortunately does go through the federal government, but still the principle is there. So I think there are a lot of successful models that we can look at to see what we can do to improve our integration with Gatineau, with Rockland, with Carleton Place, or even down to Kemptville. So I'm supportive of that motion. My last comment on the motion on the Johnson, the Johnson motion. I understand that something like the Ring Road is in a provincial document and therefore a provincial project, but I also see nothing wrong with advocating for it through our policies. And along the Rideau River, it's all private property, so some form of expropriation will have to happen, unless that ring road goes across Fallowfield Road. That is the only sort of public piece of land that's left along the Rideau River. So, and that's NCC land, sort of. And so with that extra advocacy from us, with the advocacy from the province, I'm sure we can get the feds and the NCC to at least entertain the idea seriously. Like, we're not telling them to invest the money now. We're asking them to, I think the intention is that we're asking them to at least seriously entertain it, all levels of government, to ensure that our transportation priorities are considered and thought about, along with the regional framework that Councillor Kitts has moved. So I'm willing to support those, and again, thanks to staff for all their help throughout the process, for all the help outside the process as well, and as well for the stuff with Prince of Wales. Mayor. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Lowe. So I too wanted to thank staff for all of the hard work that has gone into this, and I wanted to thank members of PWIC for their work, and especially the chair for all of the work that he has done to bring the transportation master plan to this point. It is a very, very important document, and I hear from councillors all the time, and I hear from residents all the time about their concerns and their priorities. And so to capture all of those priorities and to move forward on some important projects through the TMP, when we are balancing the interests of 24 different wards, when we're balancing the interests of urban communities, suburban communities, and rural communities, that is no small accomplishment. So I want to highlight the great work that's been done by staff and by the committee and by the committee chair to bring us to this point. Just on the issue of the discussion around the ring road. I just wanted to ask staff if, regardless of any motion that passes or doesn't pass today, if the provincial government were to proceed with a study on a ring road at some point in the future, if that was their decision, because a ring road would be under their mandate, I assume we would collaborate with them on that study. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. And if they were to come back and say we want to proceed with a ring road in the Ottawa area, we would collaborate with them on that project.
Yes.
Okay. And nothing about any motions that, my understanding is nothing about any motions that pass or don't pass today will change that. So, I do appreciate the intent of what Councillor Tierney brought forward, and the fact that we need to address the congestion in a number of different areas, and we need to keep all options and solutions on the table. So I'll be honest, I did not come into this having strong feelings one way or the other about the exact wording of where we needed to land on this. To me, we have a great transportation master plan. I want to highlight the priorities and objectives in that. I want to underscore in our advocacy to other levels of government what our priorities are right now. And I think the TMP makes that clear. And, I think regardless of what happens today with this other discussion and this other motion, I think we'll be ready to work with our provincial partners on transportation solutions, including potentially a ring road in the future, if that's what they want to see happen in our city. Okay, so let's go through the motions then, and there is one direction. Councillor Devine, if you wanted to read your direction now, just to be clear, I believe it's okay with staff. So if you could just read that in, and then we'll go through the motions.
Thank you, Chair. That staff be directed to report on the balance between all development charges as a whole, collected and spent over time between inside Greenbelt and outside Greenbelt.
Okay, and staff are good with that. Thank you. So on Councillor Bradley's motion, then, is that carried? Councillor Curry's motion, is that carried? Councillor Kavanaugh's motion, is that carried? Councillor Kitz's motion, carried. Thank you. On Councillor Johnson's motion, then, let's have a recorded vote, please.
Councillor Luloff.
No.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Councillor Gower.
Yes.
Councillor Menard.
Yes.
Councillor Johnson.
Yes.
Councillor Bradley.
Yes.
Councillor Kelly.
No.
Councillor Brockington.
Yes.
Councillor Hill.
No.
Councillor Dudas. Councillor Brown.
No.
Councillor Leeper.
Yes.
Councillor King.
Yes.
Councillor Tierney.
No.
Councillor Curry.
Yes.
Councillor Skalski.
Yes.
Conseillère Plante.
Oui.
Councillor Troster.
Yes.
Councillor Hubley.
No.
Councillor Lowe.
Yes.
Conseiller Desroches.
No.
Councillor Devine.
Yes.
Councillor Carr.
Yes.
Councillor Kitts.
No.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
Yes.
16 yeas, 8 nays.
Thank you. On Councillor Gower's first motion, seconded by Councillor Johnson on the TMP policies update on action items. Is that carried? Oh, sorry, and there was an amendment to that, right? Yeah, there was a friendly amendment to that. Okay, so as amended, that's carried. Councillor Gower's motion on increasing the mode share for transit, is that carried? And then we have Councillor Brown's motion seconded by Councillor Skalski. And I understand there's a slight amendment, just removing the line as part of the development of the Transportation Master Plan Part 2.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and the title was incorrect originally when it was distributed, and it is not a replacement motion, so that was amended.
Okay.
And if I could say, with the flexibility of council, that staff have indicated that if the motion passes, they can also take this back to the transit long-range sponsors group as well for review.
Okay. So on Councillor Brown's motion, is that carried?
Carried.
Okay.
Dissent, please. Thank you.
Dissent from Councillor Trosser. Okay, and on the transportation master plan as amended then, is that carried?
Mr. Mayor, could you just record a dissent for me on recommendation 1, document 1, Annex B road projects with respect to the north-south, protecting the north-south corridors? Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Councillor Desroches. Okay. Moving on to item 19 on the agenda, which is our in-camera items. I'll ask Councillor Devine to read the motion to move in camera, please.
Be it resolved that City Council resolve in camera pursuant to Procedure Bylaw 2025-100, subsections 13(1)(e), litigation or potential litigation affecting the city, and 13(1)(f), the receiving of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose with respect to the light rail transit LRT legal updates and related remedial matters, and be it further resolved, the City Council remain in camera pursuant to Procedure Bylaw 2025-100, subsections 13(1)d, labor relations and employee negotiations, and 13(1)f, the receiving advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, to receive information with respect to collective bargaining updates, and be it further resolved that City Council remain in camera pursuant to Procedure Bylaw 2025-100, subsections 13(1)c, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land for the purposes of the city, and subsection 13(1)j, a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality to receive information with respect to potential property acquisition negotiations update. Be it resolved that City Council, no, that's it. Good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Devine. Is that carried?
Carried.
All right, we'll move in camera and resume as soon as possible. Thank you. as soon as possible. Everyone ready? For the benefit of the public joining us, Ottawa City Council just met in camera pursuant to Procedure Bylaw 2025-100 as follows. Subsections 13(1)(e), litigation or potential litigation affecting the city, and 13(1)(f), the receiving of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. To receive information with respect to the light rail transit legal updates and related remedial matters, and subsections 13(1)(d), labor relations and employee negotiations, and 13(1)(f), the receiving of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, to receive information with respect to collective bargaining updates. And subsections 13(1)(c), a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land for the purposes of the city, and subsection 13(1)(j), a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality, to receive information with respect to potential property acquisition negotiations update. During the closed session, no votes were taken other than procedural motions and/or directions to staff. So we will move to the motion to adopt reports. Councillor Devine.
That the report from Ottawa Board of Health entitled Appointment of a Medical Officer of Health in Camera, Personal Matters about Identifiable Individual, the report from Ottawa Police Service Board entitled Ottawa Police Service Board Annual Report 2024, Agricultural and Rural Affairs Committee Report 26, Built Heritage Committee Report 24, Community Services Committee Report 17, Emergency Preparedness and Protective Services Committee Report 18, Finance and Corporate Services Committee Report 26, Planning and Housing Committee Report 50, Public Works and Infrastructure Committee Report 20, and the report from the City Clerk entitled Summary of Oral and Written Public Submissions for Items Subject to the Planning Act, Explanation Requirements at the City Council meeting of June 25, 2025, be received and adopted as amended.
Is that carried? Thank you. We have a number of motions requiring suspension of the rules of procedure, all of which are of a time-sensitive nature, so that's the reason in every case. So first, a motion from Councillor Leeper on demolition control for 181 and 183 Holland Avenue on suspension of the rules. Is that carried? Councillor Leeper.
Thank you. I won't read all the be it resolved. Oh, sorry, I will be reading a bunch of where be it resolved. So this is with respect to 181, 183 Holland Avenue. Therefore, be it resolved that Council approve demolition control for the existing buildings on the property. Be it further resolved that a replacement building be substantially completed within 5 years from the date of this approval, and in default thereof, the City Clerk shall enter on the collector's roll the sum of $9,393 for each of the 2 residential dwelling units to be demolished. Be it further resolved that until such time of the construction of the first replacement building, the registered owner shall landscape the property to the satisfaction of the General Manager of Planning, Development and Building Services. The registered owner shall prohibit the use of the property for other interim uses and maintain the property in accordance with the property standards bylaw. And be it further resolved that the landscaping shall include permanent, transparent fencing, prohibiting access to the property, as well as soft landscaping along the entire frontage to a depth of 4 meters and low shrubs, as well as putting down grass seed or sod on the entirety of the property. And be it further resolved that the registered owner shall enter into an agreement with the City of Ottawa to include the foregoing conditions and pay all costs associated with the registration of said agreement. At such time as a building permit is issued to redevelop the sites and the replacement buildings in place, the agreement will become null and void and will be released upon request of the owner. The owner shall pay all costs associated with the release of the agreement. And be it further resolved that the registered owner agrees that a demolition permit will not be issued and the buildings cannot be demolished until such time that the agreement referenced herein has been executed and registered on title. And be it further resolved that this approval is considered null and void if the agreement is not executed within 6 months of council approval. This is the old gas station. It's at the corner of Holland and Tyndall. I know them. They're small landowner. They're just coming up with some challenges trying to get the site developed. So hope colleagues can support us on this one.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Is that carried? Next, a motion from Councillor Leeper on demolition agreement for 79 Geeg Avenue on suspension of the rules. Is that carried? Councillor Leeper.
Okay, so this one, therefore be it resolved, the council approve an amendment to the demolition agreement as follows. Actually, sorry, let me just read the whereas clauses. Whereas the report recommends approval of demolition of the building at 79 Giga Avenue under the Ontario Heritage Act and a waiver of the requirements of the demolition control bylaw. And whereas a motion was passed at council on December 11th, 2024, that in the absence of plans for new construction and in order to conserve the streetscape of the Heritage Conservation District, the owner will enter into a development agreement with the city prior to the issuance of a demolition permit. And whereas the property owner was not able to meet the deadlines in the original demolition agreement, but now is moving forward with the project and the demolition agreement must be reissued and updated. Therefore, be it resolved the council approve an amendment to the demolition agreement as follows. The owner to submit a heritage permit application for the new construction within 12 months from the date of issuance of a demolition. The owner to obtain a building permit for the construction within 6 months of the issuance of the heritage permit by City Council. The replacement building shall be substantially completed within 24 months from the date of the issuance of the building permit for the new construction, and if the owner is in default on any of the timelines outlined, the city clerk shall enter onto the collector's roll the sum of $1,000 for the residential dwelling which was demolished for each month thereafter that a residential dwelling is not constructed except insofar as any delay is attributable to the city not meeting policy or statutory review and approval deadlines. Be it further resolved, the council enter into the amended agreement. So this one was a really interesting opportunity for council to put a condition on the demolition that would see us essentially receive revenues or the developer would have to pay if they didn't develop. And I'm really pleased that even though the original deadline wasn't met, that they have staff have gotten them to agree to that condition and now subject to a more realistic time frame.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Leeper. Is that carried? Councillor Troster has a motion regarding Bill 9, the Municipal Accountability Act, providing our feedback before the deadline, which is before our next council meeting, on suspension of the rules. Is that carried? Councillor Troster.
Thank you, Mayor. And I know this is adding a heavy topic at the end of a very long day, so I will read the motion and very quickly explain. Whereas the Government of Ontario has introduced Bill 9, the Municipal Accountability Act 2025, to amend the Municipal Act 2001 and City of Toronto Act 2006 to strengthen and standardize municipal codes of conduct and the Integrity Commissioner framework for Ontario. And whereas the City of Ottawa has had a unique and robust code of conduct for members of council reflecting its individual culture since 2013, and the code of conduct is subject to regular reviews and updates to address any local needs and issues encountered. And whereas there's value in uniform baseline code of conduct for all Ontario municipalities that prescribes core elements, minimum standard requirements, but municipalities should maintain the ability to build on these core elements, tailoring their respective codes of conduct to meet their local needs. And whereas Bill 9, the Municipal Accountability Act 2025, includes a new process through which a member may be removed and disqualified from office if they are in serious violation of the code of conduct, upon the recommendation of the Municipal Integrity Commissioner, a concurring report recommendation from the Integrity Commissioner of Ontario, and a unanimous vote of council in favor of the Integrity Commissioner of Ontario's recommendation. And whereas Bill 9 would prohibit a municipal council from imposing any existing penalties under the Municipal Act should a member of council be found in a serious violation of the code and the council not unanimously vote for removal. And whereas municipalities should maintain flexibility in imposing penalties, i.e. reprimand and or suspension of pay, in instances of serious violations of the code of conduct where unanimous support for removal and disqualification from office is not attained. Whereas in recent years, Ottawa City Council has expressed support for legislative amendments to address code of conduct related manners, including as follows. On November 25th, 2020, in response to 2 reports from the City of Ottawa Integrity Commissioner identifying issues of harassment at Ottawa City Hall, Ottawa City Council approved motion number 44/4, which in part sought revisions to the Municipal Act that would provide for the vacating of the seat of a member of council who has been found on clear and convincing evidence to have committed serious misconduct, including any definitions necessary for the implementation of such a provision. And on October 5th, 2022, Ottawa City Council approved a motion which requested that the mayor write to the Premier of Ontario to support Bill 5, the Stopping Harassment and Abuse by Local Leaders Act 2022, and asked that the Government of Ontario fast track the approval of this legislation as soon as operationally practicable. And on May 24th, 2023, Ottawa City Council approved a motion which requested that the mayor write to the Premier of Ontario to express support for Bill 5. Same bill, essentially. Whereas the City of Ottawa's Integrity Commissioner was consulted on the development of this motion and is supportive of the position being taken. Therefore, be it resolved that Ottawa City Councillors support in principle the intent of Bill 9, the Municipal Accountability Act 2025, with the following caveats and recommended amendments to the bill as it is currently written. 1. Municipalities should have the ability to tailor their codes of conduct to reflect their local and individual needs, providing the core elements of any prescribed code of conduct are met. And municipalities should have the ability to impose additional penalties, i.e. reprimand and/or suspension of pay, in the case of serious violations of the code of conduct where a unanimous vote of council in support of removal and disqualification from office is not attained. And the requirement for unanimous vote by a municipal council for removal of a member be replaced with a requirement for a supermajority of 2/3 or 3/4 of the members of that council. Be it further resolved that a copy of this motion be sent to the Ontario Standing Committee on Heritage, Infrastructure and Cultural Policy as the City of Ottawa's written submission on Bill 9, the Municipal Accountability Act 2025. So just to say really quickly, I spoke to the provincial committee hearings last week about this bill, as did Councillor Brockington. There are some, from our perspective and the perspective of our Integrity Commissioner, there are some flaws with this bill. A vote to remove, the final vote to remove a councillor from office who's been found guilty of by 2 Integrity Commissioners of really egregious acts would require a 100% unanimous vote of council. That means nobody could get up to go to the bathroom. Nobody could be sick that day. All it would take is one friend, supporting a perpetrator, or frankly, somebody who had to be absent because their kid was sick. So the ask across the board is for a slightly lower threshold, even though it's still quite high. And then the other problem that we anticipate is that should the vote to remove fail council, right now as the bill is written, there's no opportunity for the local integrity commissioner to recommend lower penalties in the case of somebody who has exhibited serious misconduct, and that would essentially allow the person to get off scot-free. We all know one of the motivating factors for this bill was a former councillor in the City of Ottawa and their horrendous actions. So I hope you'll join me in expressing support for Bill 9 and also these potential amendments that could really improve it and make it a better process for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Is that carried? Councillor Johnson has a motion on waiving of fees for Morrison Gardens Community House on suspension of the rules. Is that carried? Councillor Johnson.
Whereas the Ottawa Community Housing Foundation, OCHC, and Ottawa Community Housing nonprofit organizations are upgrading and renewing a community house at Lisa Park, which OCH leases from the City of Ottawa. And whereas this project will ensure that the community house is accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities Act compliant and will provide functional programming space for community-led activities as well as programming from the Pinecrest Queensway Community Health Centre to OCH residents in the surrounding community. And whereas the Ontario Ministry for Seniors and Accessibility has approved a $60,000 funding grant through the 2024-25 Inclusive Community Grants Program, and the project has secured donations from various donors such as the United Way. And whereas the reimbursement program for development-related fees for charitable and nonprofit organizations provides for reimbursement of 50% of building permit fees after final inspection. And whereas this project is for the public good and in the public interest, therefore be it resolved that the building permit fee of up to $3,000 in respective permit application CON 2025-009918 be covered at 100% under the reimbursement program for development-related fees for charitable and nonprofit organizations once the program application form has been completed. And thank you to Councillor Kavanagh for seconding the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Is that carried? Councillor Carr has a motion regarding restricted areas for driving schools, which in her absence will be moved by Councillor Menard. So on suspension of the rules, is that carried? Carried. Councillor Menard? Oh, sorry. Councillor Bradley, your hand is up. On this next one? Okay, sorry.
Mr. Mayor, sorry, can I ask a question about this just quickly to staff? He can read it, but I had a question afterwards.
Afterwards. Yeah. But go ahead and read the motion.
Alrighty. Whereas the City of Ottawa currently has in place a licensing bylaw as amended prohibiting licensees from offering or providing or permitting the offering or provision of driving instruction within the restricted areas as set out therein. There's a map on the back of the motion. And whereas the majority, 39 of 62 in the 2023-2024 calendar year of the complaints come from the Alta Vista ward, yet there are no restricted areas in place in this ward. And whereas the Alta Vista ward is currently experiencing traffic issues due to construction and road closures in the areas colored, and whereas the Ministry of Transportation of Ontario has advised residents to contact their local municipal councillor, therefore be it resolved that council approve an amendment to sections 20 and 21 of Schedule 2 of Bylaw 2002-189 to prohibit licensed driving school instructors within the defined areas shown in red as set out in the document attached until the first Tuesday after Labor Day 2025, being September 9th, 2025, being the date this amendment will be repealed. Be it further resolved that bylaw staff communicate with the driving schools to explain the temporary restrictions. And Mayor, I'll motivate on behalf of Councillor Carr just briefly here. Heron Road is closed in one section at Bank right now for major reconstruction in our area. Some councillors came out for the construction announcement for this construction season. And I think we can all attest it's a pretty big
Plante.
Merci beaucoup. So I'm not sure who I need to ask on staff, and I acknowledge I did not get a chance to talk to Councillor Carr or Councillor Bradley about this. But if I'm reading this motion correctly, right now we have driving schools. We have one on Rideau Street, by the way, and there is restrictions, as I understand it, as to where they can drive with the students. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, that's correct. In one of the schedules under the business licensing bylaw, this is a specific category that outlines in maps where those restrictions apply.
And why do we have those restrictions?
I'll ask Mr. Chapman if he could come to the table and speak to this issue in terms of how this bylaw was developed.
Mr. Mayor, Councillor, thank you for the question. Yes, so there's a long history on the original prohibition area. So there's a lot of effort to try and help with the driving school instructors to find another area to frequent when they're bringing their clients around. The issue with the original one was the test center. So once the driving school instructors discovered where the test route was, they took advantage of that to obviously drive their clients through that test route to make it a lot easier for them when they went out for their actual test.
So sorry, but what's wrong with that? Like, that's totally normal.
Well, it was community concerns about the increase of traffic in that area. So we had, about 9 licensed driving schools at the time with over 36, or about 36 instructors. So they frequented this area on a daily basis. So there were safety concerns. There is a school in the area. There were parallel parking around, cars on the street. So there were concerns that were raised. So it was a direction from council at the time to go back and review this. We tried many different ways to try and curb this behavior, but
right, of course.
It didn't work at the time. So it was a.
And how long ago was this?
I believe this one was brought in 2008.
2008. Okay. So the only reason I ask I was just reading through this and thinking, if someone took us to court for this, like I cannot see any judge on the planet upholding something where we say, yes, those drivers are okay, but those other drivers are not okay. And you guys can delineate where certain drivers can go and certain other drivers can go. It just seemed a bit arbitrary to me. So is there any way, and I apologize if I'm not using the proper procedures here, but can we refer this to legal? Because I would like to get some sort of analysis as to whether or not as a municipality, we can restrict drivers who have a certain characteristic from going in certain neighborhoods. I just find that a bit weird.
Mr. Mayor, the licensing bylaw as it currently is constituted would have been reviewed by legal services at the time, and council would have imposed the current restrictions. There's 2 areas in the city, that are restricted for licensed driving instructors and licensed driving operators from not engaging in certain areas based on the reasons that Director Chapman articulated. And those are founded under the licensing conditions that council has under the Municipal Act. That being said, I understand there may be a direction coming forward at the end of this council, and certainly I understand that legal services will be participating in that direction if council so deems.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we are 16 years removed from that, so I would absolutely appreciate if we could get a better up-to-date on that legislation. It just seemed a bit odd to me, but thank you very much. I appreciate the explanation.
Merci, Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So I'll give a little history lesson on this, and I know Roger knows a lot of it. First of all, there's only 2 areas in the city that have test centers, mine and, of course, my neighboring partner here, Councillor Bradley. And we've dealt with this for many years. I get the privilege of having everyone's sewage come to my ward, but I also have the joint privilege of living blocks from a test center. And when you have cars, well, no, it's true, Stephanie. When people actually have cars and they're going in the neighborhoods near schools, it becomes a real concern. So I'll just preface this with saying it's very difficult to control it. And the local traffic only signs are our only prevention for the local driving schools. And you can correct me if I'm wrong, Roger, but we know I'm right. We can control that aspect of it in certain areas to prevent people. And there's hundreds of people that take tests a day, hundreds streaming up the street. You can imagine what this does right next to Saint Marion, a local school, all these different situations that occur, very dangerous. So to prevent them using the test routes, which under provincial legislation, they're allowed to use those. We can't prevent a driver's test car that's being used for a provincial road test from going up our roads. We have no controls of that. What we do have controls of is preventing local driving schools from using the actual test route. Is that a fair assessment, Chief Chapman?
Mr. Mayor, Councillor, yes, that's correct.
Okay, great. So it is a real localized issue. And again, I would preach to the province if they want to move them around the city every time they go to renew a lease, feel free. But we get the burden of it in our 2 areas, just like other things we do, and we try to deal with it best as the local council. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Councillor Lowe.
Thanks very much. I first got my G1 in 2007, fun fact. I'm looking at, I'm thinking of more the operational aspect of this. How can this be enforced? So yeah, first question, how can this be enforced? Because sometimes I do see driving instructors, they don't put their thing up. The label isn't always very discernible at the back. So how would this be enforced?
Mr. Mayor, without getting into specific enforcement tactics that we use when we do the enforcement, I can give you a bit of background on some of we have had an increase in complaints recently. So I think we're over 200 complaints in the last 2 years, and we had about 36 charges in 2024 and already this year. So there's been, some significant amount of activity still happening in those prohibited areas. Often it's driving instructors with their roof signs on, so obviously easily identifiable. But we do have other enforcement tactics that we use to be able to find the ones that are operating without roof signs, which often leads to also revealing that they're unlicensed instructors. So other enforcement activity takes place there.
Okay, so my follow-up question then is, if you are a prospective licensee living within those red areas, is the expectation that you'll have to go outside to pick up your instructor, for your instructor to pick you up, or can they sort of go in there and take the most direct route out?
Mr. Mayor, Councillor, thank you for the question. They are able to go into those areas. So if you're a client, they can go into the area obviously and pick up, but they must leave the prohibited area immediately.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brockington.
Mayor, during COVID, the province opened a temporary testing center on McCarthy Road in River Ward, and council endorsed a temporary no-go zone in part of the Hunt Club neighborhood that saw a substantial increase in traffic, particularly the driving schools. So there is precedence already that this council, this term of council, I believe, or maybe the last one, endorsed a temporary restriction. So I'm willing to support the motion before us today. And just in the interest of transparency, River Ward also has one of the 2 permanent zones. We are right beside, 3 blocks away from the testing center. And before I was elected, the council endorsed a no-go zone for a particular area that saw, when you hear about hundreds of cars being out on the streets on the weekends on McCarthy, it's not an exaggeration. They are everywhere. And so I think if we want to be strategic, is we talk about the ministry encouraging these schools to go out a broader footprint for their tests and not use the same neighborhoods that the instructors are comfortable with, but go out there and have their students use different neighborhoods. But all this to say, Mayor, we have endorsed a temporary no-go zone in the past. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Is that carried? Okay, notices of motion. Councillor Brown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And with the will of council, I'll just read the therefore be it resolved clauses. This is to rename a park in my ward after Her Excellency, the Governor General, and I appreciate the opportunity to work with the mayor on this. Therefore be it resolved that the park known as Whitewood Park, located at 5490 Whitewood Avenue, be renamed Mary Simon Park to recognize her outstanding contributions to Canada and celebrate her legacy as an advocate for Indigenous peoples. And be it further resolved that an appropriate stand and plaque be installed displaying the name and including a brief history of Mary Simon's contributions. And be it further resolved that all costs related to the production and installation of the stand, plaque, and a subsequent event be funded through the mayor's office. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Are there any other notices of motion? Okay, motion to introduce bylaws. Councillor Devine.
That the bylaws listed on the agenda under motion to introduce bylaws, 3 readings be read and passed.
Carried. Confirmation bylaw. Councillor Devine.
That the following bylaw be read and passed to confirm the proceedings of the council meeting of July 23rd, 2025.
Is that carried? Inquiries. Councillor Johnson.
With the passing of provincial legislation allowing 3 units as of right on any service lot, my office has received several inquiries and concerns from residents regarding how individual units are assessed and are or are not assigned an individual tax roll. As council has recognized the housing crisis as a priority to address in this term and that secondary dwelling units count toward the city's progress in achieving our housing targets, there should be further clarity to council and the public on how these units are defined, taxed, and serviced across various departments at the City of Ottawa. Number 1, how does the city define the difference between legal individual units qualifying under the 3 units as of right versus a secondary unit? How are secondary and additional units classified for tax purposes at the City of Ottawa? Is there any difference if they are situated below grade, connected through an internal entrance or a coach house? How does building code relay information about additional units to MPAC? How is finance receiving the information from MPAC? What is the City of Ottawa doing to ensure that residents understand what taxation structure they will fall under and what services they will receive depending on the type of additional unit built? When it comes to solid waste collection specifically, with collection fees being paid through property taxes, what is the process used by collectors on collection day to know how many units are in a building and the corresponding amount of garbage collection they are entitled to with the 3-item garbage policy. How can a property owner have a basement unit or coach home identified for individual collection, understanding that this would require them to pay additional solid waste fees? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Tierney.
Great, thanks, Mr. Mayor. You probably noticed some of the stories recently of the traffic situations in the specifically in the east end of the city. On October 24th, 2025, the Transportation Committee at the time, through motion, directed staff to conduct a review of the road closures over 2023 and 2024, resulting in construction activity for Stage 2 Light Rail East Extension Project. Information was provided to Council by Richard Holder, Director of Rail Communications Program, via memo on February 25th, 2025. Can staff update the information to Council encompassing the closures that have taken place from November 2024 to June 2025 for the Line 1 East extension, in addition to the information that was already provided in the original motion? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Councillor Bradley.
Thanks so much. This is really just in follow-up to the discussion we just had, so I'll just read the questions. 1, could staff please identify all areas within the city that currently prohibit, restrict licensees from offering or providing or permitting the offering of provisions of driving instruction? 2, could staff please identify the criteria used to implement such provision and restriction, and is this approach applied proactively and equally to the areas that meet that criteria? And 3, which I just added, so I apologize to the clerk's office, what other tools have staff explored to mitigate community concerns beyond complete prohibitions?
Thank you, Councillor Bradley. And there is an inquiry from Councillor Carr, which will be read by Councillor Menard.
Thank you, Mayor. Extreme heat events between 2000 and 2020 led to more than 670 more deaths than usual across Canada's 12 largest cities, according to Statistics Canada. Extreme weather events have also have the potential for injury, illness, and death, and restricted access to food, water, healthcare, and community supports, and isolation and disruption of infrastructure like power outages, property damages, evacuations. Organizations including the Canadian Association of Physicians for the Environment and the Canadian Environmental Law Association have been advocating for municipal actions to support efforts to better manage maximum heat, including increasing access to cooling in the homes of low-income renters and owners, including through distribution of cooling devices with priority to high-risk groups, including those on social assistance, children, pregnant people, and older adults, a maximum temperature bylaw, improving data collection on the challenges of extreme heat and the effectiveness of policy solutions. Currently, the City of Ottawa has 2 programs in place that can help supply air conditioning units to lower income individuals. These 2 programs are the OW Discretionary Health Benefits Program that is available to the recipients of benefits under the OW ODSP and Assistance for Children with Severe Disabilities Program, and the Essential Health and Social Supports Program. Could staff please indicate how many individuals receive air conditioning benefits under each of these 2 programs, the percentage of applicants who are successful in grants under this program, and whether there are any gaps in vulnerable groups that are not being addressed under these programs? And 2, could staff please comment on the feasibility of increasing these programs to include the following elements: not requiring a prescription, including seniors who have aged out of Ontario Works discretionary health benefits, and using an application system that includes the opportunity for a phone application. Ottawa currently has no maximum temperature bylaw. However, staff have noted that any bylaw that prescribes a maximum heat for residential units could have an effect on tenants who would likely bear the cost of the retrofits needed to install air conditioning. However, the province of Ontario has passed amendments to the RTA to provide some tenant protections related to air conditioning as part of Bill 97, but these have not yet been proclaimed into force. In light of the amendments to the RTA and a recent call by Ottawa MPP McKenney for a provincial maximum heat law, could city staff on bylaw advise on the possibility of including a maximum temperature standards within the existing property standards bylaw in the interim? A separate inquiry we put to the Ottawa Public Health Board on the current data tracking of heat-related deaths and emergency room visits related to exposure to heat during extreme heat events. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Menard.
Good afternoon. Bonjour à toutes et à tous. My name is Kendra and I'll be your moderator. Je m'appelle Kendra Titley et je serai l'animatrice de ce point de presse. I will now invite each agency in alphabetical order to ask their questions. You may ask one question with the follow-up. Par ordre alphabétique, j'invite maintenant chaque organisme à poser une question et une question de suivi. And we'll start with Sean Varden at CTV.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
There's been talk of council maybe getting a raise this year. Can you talk about that? Is this the time to do that?
Thank you for the question. So first of all, I would say I'm very respectful of the hard work that councillors do. I'm aware of just how demanding a job it can be, and it's relentless. But having said that, I think we need to take a look around at what's happening in the community right now. There's an affordability crisis. There's the prospect of significant federal job reductions. There are lineups at food banks. I hear all the time from my colleagues on City Council and from members of the community that they want to see more resources being invested in critical areas to support the most vulnerable and to accomplish other objectives. People throughout the community are making sacrifices, and I think we need to lead by example. And so, you know, the other challenge, of course, as well, is the fact that we are in the process of negotiating with our public sector unions right now. We're negotiating new agreements with them, and I think it would be imposing a significant burden on the staff who are negotiating those contracts with our unions if we were to introduce for ourselves a larger than cost of living increase for our salaries. So I don't think it's the right time. I think, you know, we need to focus on other priorities right now. And even though I respect the work that councillors do, and they're, you know, if you were to figure out the hourly rate for their time, it wouldn't be fair. I think this job is about public service, and you serve the community, you do it for a certain amount of time, and then you go do something else. And so again, while I sympathize, I think this is a really bad time to be thinking about this.
My follow-up, do you think the council should be deciding its own pay? Like, should there be an outside committee group or whatever looking at these things as opposed to voting for your own paycheck?
There's no perfect way to do it, and I know every level of government and every group of elected officials has tackled this in the past, and sometimes there's a panel, but then who picks the panel? And, you know, ultimately we're responsible for the decisions that are made on behalf of taxpayers. We're responsible for the budget. So I think in the future, perhaps we could look at having an independent panel that would consider the options. We did just have a report that we asked for from MNP that looked at our salaries and our office budgets. Their analysis when they compared to other municipalities was that our office budgets were lower than what many other municipalities had. So there's a process underway to try to close the gap on that. But it indicated that our salaries were in line with other municipalities. So there's no perfect way to do it. Maybe in the future, having an independent group look at it would be advisable, but it's our responsibility to make decisions on behalf of taxpayers and how their money is spent. And again, I just don't think this is the right time to be looking at big salary increases for members of council when there's so much else happening in the community, including federal government job cuts.
Thank you. This concludes today's media availability. Ceci conclut le point de presse d'aujourd'hui. Thank you.
Ça va? Oui? Okay. Thank you.